Hi, Thomas.
Hi, how are you?
How are you? Fine, thanks. And you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Okay, okay. So we are waiting for the other.
Yes, I think some people might struggle with a shift to a different stream and just simply stay in stream A, I suspect.
Even participants from IU's, yeah, from Estonia University, they have to move to another room to join parallel B. Even the moderators also. So we'll
Oh,
wait for them to get to the other room.
I see. The
Okay.
complexities of hybrid events.
Yeah. Complexity. Very complicated.
I've seen it unfold on several occasions in recent months, and even, a few years after COVID, we still haven't worked this out quite so well, A few places are fully equipped to handle it.
Probably I was following the plenary session, so they finished
Yep.
a few seconds, so we have to wait.
Okay.
able to join us. Hi, Piero, can you hear us?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can hear you.
I can
Yes.
hear you very well, and you can
But
hear
the
me.
sound is
Piero, it's good to see you. Okay, if you don't mind, we have very limited time, so I don't want to be very rude, but I would like to ask you politely to start sharing your speech with us. Dear Piero,
Oh,
the
dear.
floor is yours.
Dear Halif, I'm so happy, and as you know, in a not formal words, I'm really honored, and I'm so sorry about the impossibility of being with you, but I really hope for, as you know, for personal problem. But as you know, we'll have other possibilities and opportunities to cooperate. So, can I start? Huh? Can I start?
Yes,
Huh?
please, Piero. Yes, please.
Oh, thanks. And but first of all, I think that the discovery of the future is a difficult exercise to undertake for several reasons. In the first place, there is actually no such thing as the future, at least not yet. Therefore, what we are dealing with is arguably an incredible batch of potential futures. And that, in my opinion, is very positive. Think how boring life would become if we knew exactly how the future will be. There are even those today who would have us believe that free will does not exist, that everything is determined by factors related to genetics, hormones, molecules, synapses, behavioral patterns, biological feedback, and chemical reaction. They have forgotten about emergence. Emergence is, as you know, an intrinsic property of living system which is responsible for the very appearance of life itself. Emergence, which is the result of spontaneous self-organization of the interacting parts of complex system like ourselves. Above all, they have forgotten that thought itself is an emergent property. But there is another reason why we struggle to imagine the future, and that is because we are caught within a veritable tyranny of concreteness that is radically anchored to all aspects of our culture system, from communication to organization to education. This obsession for quantitative factors is becoming more and more prevalent today, yet the data cannot tell us about the qualitative factors. It cannot interpret our vision of interconnectedness. It is the qualitative factors that are emergent properties that can motivate us to go beyond the rationale of always looking for something useful in what we do or study, beyond the algorithms, facts and figures, sequences, or data and numbers. Instead, the tyranny of concreteness invariably leads us to adopt the same models, the same instruments and strategies that have functioned for us before. Although it can be said that a certain awareness, or at least a suspicion, has been growing on us that the idea of perfect equilibrium and order is flawed, is not downright delusional, we nevertheless tend to prefer those theories, models, interpretation, and action that reinforce our initial point of view. What are these models and interpretation? Namely, an critical adherence to legal and social norms, along with the firm belief that certain technical fields of knowledge and at the latest technological factor can themselves guarantee the achievement of our objectives, and in a more ample sense, the transformation of our organization and social system. But, as I have often said before, if we reduce democracy to a series of legal norms and laws, we hollow out its essential meaning. Democracy, as you know, is by definition sloppy. It consists of a combination of conflicting ideologies, contradicting points of view, and compromises which are so far our best attempt at governance. Democracy means allowing a majority to determine courses of action without infringing on a basic set of human ethics or failing to guarantee the rights of disagreeing minorities, not the least of which is the right to express their disagreement, otherwise known as freedom of speech. I hope you will agree with me when I say that the essence of democracy precludes the ambition of controlling our future. So our obsession, please, Elif, tell me when I have to
You
hand.
have 2 more minutes, dear Piero, 2 more minutes.
Okay. So our obsession with concreteness, or as I said before, the current tyranny of concreteness that is oppressing our age, with the idea that only technicians or hyper-specialized profiles are needed for the future, will only lead us further and further into what I call the great mistake. The great mistake is the carte blanche we are delegated to technique and technology, which has permeated all aspects of society, including our schools, with the idea that educational process are questions of a purely technical nature, solely a problem of skills and know-how, and nothing more, which instead, in the exact opposite of what we so desperately need. Instead, what we are teaching our students, or rather training them, is to be mere executors of functions and rules who are not even capable of reflecting on their nature, on what governs these function and rules, not to mention ponderably why. But let's get back to the future. Speaking of which, however, let me point out that focusing exclusively on the future is no better than being tied to the past. Let we forget that we are living our lives and impacting others first and foremost in the present. In any case, we should not underestimate the value of knowledge of the past, of our collective archetypes, and of the cyclical nature of history and biology, which can tell us a great deal about how the future might unfold. For example, our current hubris in thinking that we can foresee and manipulate the future. One of the greatest of the grand illusion of the hyper-technological civilization, the others are the illusion of rationality, of total control, of measurement, and of elimination of error, is based on our incapacity to remember how this kind of linear, deterministic, reductionistic thinking, typical of the classical science, had already, in a relatively recent past, run up against the impossibility of explaining or even beginning to understand the unpredictability of complex living systems and our intrinsic capacity for emergence.
Thank you so much, Piero. It's so deeply important for all of us because you mentioned about we use still the tools of natural sciences and social sciences, linear thinking, reductionism, and etc. But
Yeah.
it's time to, I think, change. We need holistic view, and we need to understand the importance of emergence. Hope very soon this young generation will be able to understand the importance of this. I think now we are happy. Many people are talking about cybernetics, multidisciplinary education, and several other alternative ways of learning new things and thinking about the future. We are surrounded with discontinuities, so perfect prediction is not possible. When we are dealing with well-defined problems, analytical solutions are so important, but generally we are dealing with ill-defined problems, then we need to use some other, rather than analytical skills, we need your creativity, your passion, your character, and etc. So I think many people start to understand the importance of these kind of things. Now, I'm going to give the floor to dear Elena Ustopova. The floor is yours. Thank you, Piero. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're always welcome, and I'm listening to you with great interest.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, I'd like to address you as colleagues. You are here to think along with us about the future of education, which begins today, and it begins with our choices. So my talk will continue on this theme of emergence. We are creating the future. And just to point your attention to the way this panel has been described, it says here, education and action based on extrapolation from past precedents and present practices are increasingly inadequate. On the one hand, education is a fairly conservative human enterprise. It does build on the experience and the knowledge of the past. And at the same time, we're acutely aware, and I know you are acutely aware as you often days off in classrooms and auditoriums, that something is getting really old and is not really working for you anymore. So I was just looking at the faces in this room, and I have to say it's exciting time to be talking about education. I've given this topic 4 decades of my professional life as an educator and also as a psychologist. And I want to talk today about what is it we need to understand so that our choices can really allow the potential futures to emerge. One of the things as a developmental psychologist that I find very helpful is both the continuity and the discontinuity in growth and development. Stages of growth and development build on each other, but in the transition between stages, there is the point of what feels like a leap, what feels like a discontinuity. And it seems to be very much the time in which we're living right now. Somehow, everything that we've known, everything that we're learning in the disciplines, both applies, but is not quite enough. It doesn't quite bring it together. It doesn't quite clinch it for us. So what we often don't get told, because it is a reality we're living and we're so immersed in it that we don't quite have perspective on it, is that we are actually living at a historical threshold between 2 different worlds. There is a world that we have known for many generations, and I'll describe it psychologically in a few moments, that no longer sustains us. It is a world built on dominance and hierarchies. That is the world on which countries and the relationships between countries very much have been founded. But all of you who are radically free-thinking people know that we don't settle for that anymore. This world, which is actually establishing its dominance on the basis of wars and power struggles, still very strong, still replete with power thanks to corruption, is nonetheless folding. what is unfolding is a world that is created from grassroots consciousness and awareness of people, that we need to rethink everything. Oftentimes people talk about the dying of an old world and the birth of a new one, and us being at the very precipice between those two. And I think that's what my colleague, Mr. Luksher, was talking about earlier, that each choice of ours defines whether we're part of the rolling up world or whether in our conscious, awakened choices, we're participating in creating a future which is based on justice, that brings us closer together, that unites us rather than pits us against each other, on justice which is sustainable for the planet and is sustainable for all people on this planet. It is a radically different paradigm that is being born. I'm sure at this point, many of you have heard, or most of you have heard the term paradigm. We're in the midst of a paradigm shift, friends. And there are two wonderful publications I would like to recommend to you if you'd like to learn more about the paradigm shift. One was published last year, and the editors are Ervin Laszlo and David Lorimer, and it's called The Upshift. And it really describes, it's a collection of articles that describes the paradigm shift in the midst of which you are being educated and deciding what education is going to mean for you, because that's your choice. And the other one is Our Moment of Choice. It's a comparable collection, but it was published in the US. And it's 43 evolutionary leaders speaking about this moment of choice in between worlds, which is a choice, an informed and conscious choice for each one of us. So what does that mean? There was a psychologist and social scientist in the 1960s by the name of Claire Graves, who noticed that people don't just have different beliefs and different perspectives, that these different worldviews actually are systems and ways of looking at the world. And he began to describe these worldviews. He passed rather early, so his work was continued by Don Beck, and it became what is now known as spiral dynamics. What we have now is, and Don Beck has actually described them very well, are different paradigms, different worldviews of what is valuable and how reality works. From survival worldviews to tribal worldviews to power politics, which is a whole different level of consciousness and worldview and value system, to truth and order perspectives that rely on dominance and order, as you can hear, to strategic enterprises which value merit-based, scientific, entrepreneurial, and pragmatic approaches, to humanistic egalitarian. And what it makes it very difficult at this time is the world, is that we have all of these worldviews coexisting and clashing with each other. But here's what's interesting. In my final minute or two, I'd like to explain to you that what is happening now is a consciousness shift between this tier, all of these levels and worldviews, and the next tier of understanding, which is literally a leap into integrative understanding. And that means we don't just have the freedom to clash among those worldviews. We actually have the capacity and the knowledge to learn how to consult across these worldviews, to collaborate in a way that creates sustainable, just institutions. That requires skills of a new order, a vision of a future which is different than anything we've known until now. It is a collaborative future, a partnership-based future, and those are skills for consultation versus debate and argumentation. And along with that, skills for holistic understanding. In closing, I will just introduce to you how the big wholeness that you are all moving into, hopefully, is being described by Ken Wilber, who's a world-renowned philosopher in education and psychology. And he describes the big wholeness as a combination of waking up, which is really realizing the transcendent importance of this moment in time that we're living in and the role of each one of us. Growing up, undergoing dramatic development in consciousness by our own choice. Okay, cleaning up, which is what's typically associated with psychological work, not just cleaning up our shadow, but also discovering our strengths, discovering our potential, opening up to our multiple intelligences. Because often what you hear is this string of thought, which is all left brain, cognitive intelligence only, but there's so many other intelligences that should balance that out and make a whole. And then, of course, is showing up, learning what it means to be present, to come alive, as you have come alive. And it's nice to see you stirring and actually looking with curiosity. And he also added 2 more, and those are linking up and lifting each other up. So these are the aspects of the big wholeness that has the power to create a future different than what we have now. And that power is with each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hannah, for this inspirational speech. Dear friends, dear colleagues, it is written on my program that between 3:50 to 4:20 there will be coffee break, but we started late, and that's why I would like to ask you kindly, let's start our coffee break at 4. So 20 minutes could be enough to have coffee break, okay? So Thomas is waiting for us. And dear Thomas, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, excellent.
We wish you were here with us in person, but still, it's good to have you online with us, and the floor is yours.
Yes, I'd love to be there too. Istanbul is a wonderful city which I first visited when I was 17. So it was my first trip outside of Europe and certainly shaped my idea of the world
Next time
ever
you
since.
must come.
Okay. Look, I today want to speak about imagination and its relationship to science and education, and also foresight. And if you look at Western philosophy, there are very few thinkers that have actually seriously engaged with imagination. One of them is Henry Corbin, who always said that there's a certain strange, peculiar poverty in our present civilization that stems from a lack of understanding of imagination or the imaginal faculty of the human mind. So he argued that the active imagination is a separate faculty, separate from reason. So there's a rational and the imaginal. And in his understanding of active imagination, it's kind of hard to grasp because he really thought of it as the power to create alternative worlds. So I want to ask, how does creative imagination arise? How does it relate to the rational faculty, the dominance of which has led to the current sort of late modernist malaise in science and education? I will argue that image formation is the foundation of all conscious and meaningful subjective experience in humans and also in animals, even in simple organisms. Further, that there are 2 kinds of images, those of the past and those for the future. So we are in a kind of temporally bidirectional process of image formation, and it's a heart of all conscious experience, and certainly of the experience of time. In a healthy human being, I think these functions are balanced, while a lack of the imaginal faculty leads to an entrapment in the past, or how did Piero call it before? The tyranny of concreteness. Combin also stressed the complementarity of the rational and imaginal. Yeah, so he had the same view. But I want to go a little bit deeper and take a bit more of a scientific perspective on this by looking at image formation and imaging. In other words, perception. Now, some physiologists, Holst and Middlestead in the 50s, made an important discovery that's never been properly digested and and thought about in philosophy, namely about how animals perceive change or motion in the environment, which is something all animals must be able to do to stay alive. So they found that animals continuously create a multisensory mental image of what has been happening just now. They store that image briefly in working memory and then compared with the next image created from the split-second processing of what is perceived in the next now. And in this way, they create an internal loop through the past with the help of memory, and it's designed to detect change over time, change in the environment. Let's say a predator coming towards you or something like that, yeah? So it's absolutely vital for any organism to detect change in the environment. And it's done through this loop through the past, through memory. And indeed, without this kind of continuity or this degree of apperception, as the phenomenologists call it, our sense perceptions would have no meaning whatsoever. So meaning arises through that sense of things developing in time. Now, these are known as efference copy mechanisms. And the one that's stored is concerned with storing observations of the outside world and creating this loop through the past is called efferescence. It gives us the impression of a passage of time that lies behind us. It helps us see change, any new information that could represent a risk or an opportunity. So it's a little bit like science, you have an idea of the world that's constantly being corrected. New empirical observations are always evaluated against an earlier model of reality. The model is adjusted or updated. It's basically the scientific method is already there in the way we perceive. But the most interesting thing about the research of these two scientists is that they found another looping process called pre-efferescence. Because organisms do not just have the need to register change, they also act in the environment. Because they act, they have to, in a way, imagine the future as it is after the action to see whether it has actually eventuated. In other words, they have to compare sensory perception with an imagined future that is created by their own action. So action forces us to create this second loop through the future. And
you have 1 more minute.
okay. So the philosophical implications are largely ignored. So this second loop through the future or re-efference is basically the foundation of what in higher animals is called the imaginal function, which allows us not just to monitor external events from moment to moment, or even to predict their momentum, which is foresight, but to actually plan and monitor our own actions by contemplating the various futures our different optional actions could create. So, in a way, modern rationalist science has had serious difficulties in accommodating this kind of futuring or world-making imaginal function within its objectivist worldview, because it often saw it as something from the realm of fantasy and falsehood, unrelated to reality. So we're in this trap of hyper-realist objectivism, And not least in education, this kind of objectivism is still promoted very strongly. And therefore, we need a more appropriate educational method that actually creates balanced human beings who are able to imagine, and especially to imagine collectively. I have some recommendations to conclude.
Yes, please. Yes.
So basically, our senses tell us what is. Reason is created analyzing post hoc how elements of the world relate, the order of things, reality as it is. But imagination helps us to picture and choose between different futures. And the exclusive worship of reason has led us into an entrapment and led us to forget that we are actually the creators of images and the creators of worlds, and we're forgetting our own freedom and responsibility. So I would recommend three things. First, to shift away from canonical learning to more explorative, open-ended project work, the kind of projects where even the teacher does not know the answer or the outcome in advance. Second, that students' imaginations must not be disciplined away or but develop to become a force for active, conscious, and responsible creation, a loop into the future from within the now. And that means it would require a system of marking student work that does not constantly reinforce conformity of thinking and the regurgitation of memorized facts. And third and last, imagination is also a collective enterprise of world creations. We don't create the world alone. So, and yet we have, as yet, no provision for encouraging collective imagination in our education systems. In other words, the joint
Yes,
process
can
of envisaging a shared future, it's my last sentence, and then agreeing on actions that need to be taken to make that future arrive. Okay,
Thank you so much.
That's all.
Thank you. Dear friends, now they shared with me that because all sessions started late, they canceled the coffee break. So we will have enough time to find our next rooms where you want to attend. Feel free to choose from the program. But let me try to summarize what we talked here. It seems everyone agrees that to prepare our students for the better future, we need to equip them with new tools and new mindsets, and we need to cooperate, collaborate to do this all together, right? Thank you so much for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Alif, and see you soon.
Piero, I would like to see you again here. Thomas, next time please attend us.
Yeah.
I'd love to.
Thomas.
Yeah.
I wish you a great day
forward.
and hope to see you again in the following conferences.
Okay, I look
Thank you,
forward
Alif.
to seeing you
Yeah.
and returning to Turkey.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye.
That's the
Hi. Hi, Thomas.
Bye-bye.
Right, I think I'm here again.
So maybe while you're waiting for the new panel, you can pop into.
Sure, yeah.
Could you please unmute and then start speaking?
Hello,
Yeah.
can you hear me okay?
Yes, Lucy, I can hear you.
Good, good.
Dr. Branova, we don't hear you. You are muted. Yeah, now we hear you. Yeah, thank you.
We have to change the session because we scared all the students out of the room. They're supposed to be over 100 and in the last session. So I don't know exactly how we're gonna organize this now. I'm not even sure whether we can organize in the way that you make a comment and you give a talk, etc. We have here about 8 to 10 students sitting in the hall, and I rather would like to have them be engaged in the conversation. And if you have a specific answer for one of the questions, we will call you in. Is that okay for you? Is that okay for you?
They're both muted.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, but it is not quite clear.
You don't hear me?
I hear you, but it is not quite clear. There is some echo in the background.
Okay, doesn't matter, doesn't make sense. Okay. And each of you in the room has to ask at least one question. Right?
That's easy.
That's it. Who starts? Who starts? You want to start?
Maybe it's classic, but I can understand, but I can't speak.
Okay, try to ask one question. Yeah, you. Yes, you.
What question do you have when you think about education for the future? What question comes to your mind that actually matters to you?
It's difficult for me because I can understand, but I can't speak. So I don't know how to speak or ask a question.
Do you have a question in mind that you could say in Turkish and somebody could translate for you?
Okay. Eğitim konusunda yapay zekanın şu anda gelecekte
takip etsin. Anlatanı takip etsin.
eğitim hakkında yapay zeka şu anda ileride karşılaştığımız bir şey. Nasıl kullanabiliriz ya da işte gelecekteki bu nasıl görüyorsunuz?
He said that you can see the AI in the education system these days and how do you see this AI getting along with education?
We have 5 sessions on that question, not this question, not this session. We have 5 sessions on AI and education. I'm sorry, we have 5 sessions.
There is in Stream A right now, virtual and augmented reality learning systems. This is Stream B, Stream A is doing that.
You want to have them involved?
I don't know how to have them involved because we don't have a start yet. Maybe we can talk a little bit about. Maybe we can start by talking a little bit about transdisciplinary learning, and then people will have more thoughts and questions on the topic.
Okay. I'm sorry, this is all a little bit chaotic here. Do you need on the Zoom?
Yes, we do. Thanks a lot.
You usually hear me on the Zoom, so we do the following because the session is different than we thought in the first place. And we want to make sure that we have at least some sort of, is Lucy there? Lucy is there, wonderful. Lucy, can you do me a favor? Can you shortly give me at the most 2 to 3 minutes, your argument on transdisciplinary learning? Just 2 or 3 minutes. Is that
Okay,
possible?
yeah, that's possible. Do you want to just introduce me as well, or shall I just go?
Don't make any introductions. We have all the paperwork here with all your
Okay.
degrees, all your, everything is fine. It's more about the argument, not on you. Yeah.
Okay, sure. So, part of my job is to think about transdisciplinary research and education. And in short, in brief, transdisciplinary is an approach that respects values and differences in such a way that it tries to unite those differences. It demands a process of avoiding reduction, thinking together, and sometimes approaching problems together, particularly in terms of education. So you can think in a general sense, if there was a transdisciplinary course, it would be one in which the students were asked to solve a problem, maybe having had lectures from a series of different experts in the field, and using the information that those different experts had provided the students, those students would work together to be able to create what they thought might be a solution. So the skills that you get with a course like this are about group work, about thinking together, about thinking about problems in a new way by drawing in knowledge from different disciplines. The trouble with this way is that most universities aren't set up for this to be a possibility. And most students don't think in terms of getting a degree in solving problems. They get a degree in a particular subject. So there are some very obvious issues there to think about. And the education system, which, as we all know, is very young, the sort of Euro-American education system that now dominates the planet, which is very young, is set up in terms of helping people become skilled in one or maybe two things. And this was set up during the Industrial Revolution so that the people being educated in schools would come out able to either do the accounting or to write the ledgers of the factories that were coming up all across Europe. Education hasn't been designed for people really to test the system, but rather, or to come up with solutions, but rather to be quite obedient workers within a particular field. And that's what the majority of the population who come out of higher education do, is they join the workforce. So that's the overarching point of education in most people's minds. But of course, oh, you want me to stop?
Go ahead.
Okay, so what transdisciplinarity does is it challenges some of those assumptions quite deeply, which means that most people kind of struggle because they think in terms of subjects, and if there aren't subjects, you know, how do we continue to educate people to be able to respond to the world? I'll stop there. Thank you.
Let's just skip over to our next speaker. Is Joao Caracha there?
No.
No. Professor Edward Alacon is here. Joe Caraca, he has not joined it.
Excuse me? Is Daniela there?
Yeah, she's here. Yes.
Daniela?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Yes.
From Brazil. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Wonderful.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. We can hear you. Just give us a short, let's say, 2 to 3 minutes. What is your argument? You're introduced already as a professor. with all your background, you're just interested in your basic argument on transdisciplinary learning.
Sorry, can you repeat because there is louding? Because it's too loud to comment the what Luz told about us. Yes, can you hear me? It's just to comment or to add something.
I think
Hello.
I think he asked you to
Daniel,
just.
we can hear you. Yes.
The audio is quite difficult to hear on Zoom.
Yes,
The
audio is quite odd. Agreed.
Do you hear us?
Quite a big gloom
Yes.
and there is echo.
Okay, then yeah, just try, give us your argument, please.
Okay. I am a professor, as you see, at the University of Brasilia, and the transdisciplinary is my workday word because I am, as economist, I teach for non-economists at management school. So it's quite challenging to convince non-economists about economic theory. So I see that I develop a way of study and teaching and to handle with different kind of students, mostly non-economists that don't like economics. So I believe that they like the classes because I believe that the way to how can I say, to make them to like or to make something interest about this hard economic theory is to spread and to take some simple examples of life and to make how can I say, not an academic way of being the students, but academic, but the way of study and teaching together. So I believe that this way of living with the students, we that doesn't study economics since I teach economics at management school at the University of Brasilia, helps me to develop a different way of thinking, and I have even a thesis called Power Stimulates that links social power forces, including business and economic cycles and the governance structures. I have about 6 undergraduate students.
I'm sorry.
Oh?
The connection doesn't work. There is no audio here in the audience. We don't really hear you there. We have technical issues here with all 3 of you. I'm very, very sorry. I don't know what to do. I'm not responsible for the techniques here. Sorry? Yeah, can you try to give us just a closing remark because we hardly hear anything?
Okay, I'll summarize. So I believe that this transdisciplinarity and the holistic view can be brought to classrooms. That's my point. Sorry for my theoretical connections, but I'm trying to show a way to connect praxis and theory and in a classroom, not just to discuss, but to join to the classrooms and to the lifetime. And I believe that the Professor Luz is told is in this connection. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Now we have Elena, it's your turn for a final statement. And then we hope that we can at least discuss a little bit because the audio is not working properly.
All right, so at least we're together and hopefully that should make it a little bit easier. As you can tell, the concept of transdisciplinary learning for now is a vision of a future, something that we're trying to think about, that we're trying to implement, and that we're not so great at even talking about yet because it's emergent, okay? So for me, when I think of transdisciplinarity, and I really appreciate how Dr. Atala mentioned that it is a transdisciplinary approach centers around solving problems and then looking at how each discipline may inform that problem from a different angle, a different methodological analysis, and then entering into a constructive conversation about what we're learning, what is the convergence across the disciplines. And so in my field, which is in the social sciences, I'm a psychologist and an educator in the social sciences. When I think about transdisciplinarity, I think about how all issues that I deal with in the social sciences are at the intersection of a range of different fields, from individual health, psychological, emotional, but also physical and spiritual health. So that's already a bunch of disciplines right there. And that intersects with culture. Culture has a lot to do with human well-being, the history of culture, traumatization in culture. Now we're really broadening the conversation. Then we have to look at understanding moral development and values, which always bears upon social issues and issues of health and well-being. And the dimension that's often ignored is the dimension of language. Language itself is a powerful way to bridge the gap across disciplines, because language, what we emphasize and what we de-emphasize, or what we don't mention at all, in fact shapes us. And even though linguistic disciplines are in academia separate disciplines, applied linguistics and the language, the connection between language and culture has a lot to do with health. In my work, in my research, in my clinical studies that are described in my books, most recent one, Global Unity of Healing, I'm looking at healing as a problem, a transdisciplinary problem that needs to be addressed and solved through a range of disciplines, and not only the ones that I bring to bear, but probably many more. And then there is the issue of social capital. Do you know what social capital is? Does anybody know what social capital is? Social capital is the level of trust in a society, the level of trust in institutions, and also the level of trust in each other in society. So social capital, obviously, the higher the level of trust, the more people are able to cooperate, the higher the level generally of health. And so we now are living at a time in the world where trust is at an all-time low across societies. We don't trust our institutions. National, global institutions are compromised. Economic systems are compromised. And so social capital, or the lack thereof in many ways, or the way people redefine social capital also bears upon health. So you can see this when I'm thinking about health, that is an example for me of a completely transdisciplinary approach. It also involves geopolitical forces and processes, and it involves global governance. Because, and I'll give you examples, the presence or absence of a World Corruption Board, something that has been proposed by World Civil Society, has the likelihood to increase social capital, to increase people's level of sense of well-being, their sense of empowerment, their sense of I can bring about greater justice, or I can feel better, I can engage in ways that are meaningful for me, or I cannot. So there we see global governance is another category that seems to be far away from the concept of human health and well-being, but it's obviously directly connected. So most, and I'll just say that in closing, most of the problems that we're now facing, whether they're pollution or poverty, or corruption, or geopolitical conflicts and wars are essentially transdisciplinary by their very nature. So no one discipline can address them, and that is the reality of the 21st century. You are still getting your degrees, as Dr. Atala was saying, in one discipline, but in fact, the problems that you'll be facing, no matter what your degree, no matter what your specialty, are transdisciplinary problems. And so the more we're realizing that, the more there's this search for transdisciplinary methods to complement the methods of particular disciplines. And that's the conversation that you're hearing here. I think I'll stop.
Maybe you ask them, what are you studying and how do you see transdisciplinarity in your own discipline?
So what are you studying? You're studying medicine?
Maybe we should give them the. The students contribute now.
I think that these days we can't do anything without group collaboration, because everything is about like everything, and every problem needs at least like 2 to 3 disciplines to work together to solve it. So we as future doctors like need to be aware of the other disciplines and have to work with them too.
Great, that's a great start.
Maybe you can give it another answer, yeah? Yeah.
Or add to this.
I agree with my friend, we have to be in a it's not working other disciplines. And it's not just in medicine, it's all other disciplines. We need to be together to work with people and to think to solve any other problem. We have to think together, do together. That's just we have to do.
From what you've heard from the speakers, is there a question that comes up for you at this time, given your experience with multidisciplinary collaboration or team collaboration, and also what you've heard, is there does that leave you with some kind of a question or observation that you can share?
Yes. Go ahead first, yeah.
I'm studying medicine too, and as they say, we need to work together with groups from different disciplines, but how can raise myself, or how can we raise students? They also have knowledge about different. So I take just lessons for my teachers, but I don't learn anything about, for example, biochemistry or engineering. How can I raise myself transdisciplinary, or we can raise people and students transdisciplinary?
Maybe the other question too?
It's actually similar. I mean, it's the issue that we have, for example, as a doctor. When I go and talk to an engineer, they have a different perspective, and we also have a terminology issue. So when I mention something medical, they won't really get it, and also when they mention.
Can you make an example?
For example, I would say, let's say I'm talking about a device that's manifests or try to organize the heartbeat. When I say the heart pulse, or let's say tachycardia, or say tachycardia, and we say what's tachycardia?
Yeah.
Or what's hypertension? It's something more. I'm trying to be general, so everyone understands. This is kind of an ununderstandable thing for other people, and we face this issue because we need to work with, let's say, medical engineers in order to make more sophisticated technology to serve patients. So this is, I think it's a big issue, and how we can solve this issue from your point of perspective.
Thank you. Those are great questions. I'd like to give it a step and then see if any of the other speakers. Oh, yes, we have Dr. O'Connell. Why don't you go ahead first, please?
Hi, thank you. I may have not heard the question clearly because of the audio, but I think I did. So in medical teaching in the last maybe 20 years, they've moved away from a model of thinking that the body is mechanical and needs fixing rather like a car might, and to something that's a more holistic model of health. So instead of taking parts of the body apart and fixing them, like, for example, the heart, a medical practitioner now thinks in terms of the social context, the economic contexts, the genetic context, and so on, to diagnose a problem. And that's what transdisciplinarity is at root, that it thinks holistically about problems for the totality of the planet, not just for an individual. So I think that's a very easy way to understand the difference in how transdisciplinary thinking, or what transdisciplinary thinking is trying to do. So, for example, the electric car is a solution for the car industry, not the planet, right? That's the kind of thinking that we have at the moment in terms of solutions. Oh, cars use oil, so therefore let's find another way. It doesn't think about the problem that the car brings to the entirety of the planet. All of the problems with minerals and with travel and with how a town is designed, and ill health for fumes, and traffic congestion, traffic accidents, drunken driving, all of those problems that come with the fact that a car exists at all. So this is asking for a way of thinking holistically about problems that draws in as many perspectives as possible, so that the solution is not only a solution in that it fixes something, but it's sustainable and it's holistic. And by sustainable, I don't just mean that it'll perpetuate things, but rather that it'll help us live well as people. We don't actually need cars necessarily, but everybody thinks the solution to cars is a different kind of car. So it's about creativity, it's about innovative thinking, not just innovation. It's about changing your mind. It's about seeing the world differently. Thank you.
Thank you. And this was a very nice way to reframe what has been discussed here, that it's not just about the challenge across terminology from different fields, which is what you were bringing up, and maybe we can come back to that, but it's about broadening the issue, putting it in the context of what are we trying to serve, what are we trying to address here. And so maybe that's also, this kind of holistic perspective is also a way for you to think about talking across jargons. Every field has its own jargon, but at the end of the day, the jargon of medicine and the jargon of an electrical engineer may be different. But if you're asking the question, what is the problem we're trying to solve? How does this gadget work, or this system work, and how does it address the problem? Then now you are talking more holistically across the jargons. And so that's just an extension to address the second part of your question. And I see we have Professor Edward Alacron there with his hand up, and then Danielle Sandy as well.
So thanks a lot. Can you hear me properly?
Yes.
So thanks a lot. Good morning and good afternoon, good evening. I want to start with a position statement now. I think it's too late and the discussion is already alive, but I would like to chime in and reinforce some of the things that were said. So Dr. Lucia Atala, you were talking about a variety of skills that students should learn to be more multidisciplinary. I think that even if the methods in science and humanities, they are different, the very human creative act that sometimes is like a rapture the process of ideation is very similar in both science and humanities. And that's what I humbly think that we need to reivindicate across disciplines, what we share as a method of being multidisciplinary in the way that we provide solutions. Now, in the way we articulate the curriculum, or even in the way we articulate the teamwork in a class, so that type of creative thinking, complex systems thinking, the use of analogies to be more creative, these are things that they are not a mystery. We need to debunk the myth that this is a mystery. This is something that can be learned if students are exposed to experiences. So I represent just a boring field of electrical engineering, but I've been trying to flip a curriculum in the past 20 years for it to become more interdisciplinary. And to my humble experience, if the students are exposed not just to scientific knowledge, which is already very aseptic and distilled, but if they are exposed to the way the mind of a scientist works. So if the students are not just exposed to analyzing an already existing engineering device, but they are exposed to the way the human mind designs. So we share the process across disciplines. I think that the students should be exposed to that process, which is very human. So that's one position to continue the conversation.
Okay, and maybe we can have Danielle Sandy as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Following this line of view, of course, we have experience, our own experience at life and classing. And I'd like to say that everybody nowadays are talking about the ways of people, young people to spread the knowledge, to spread their way of view, and this brings externalities. And we can make these externalities be in a positive way. I see in my experience of life.
Danielle, it's breaking up. It's very difficult to hear you. I'm not sure if your microphone is working well, but it breaks up and it's not coming through very well.
Okay, but can you hear me?
Daniel,
Can you hear me?
Not very
Yes,
much.
yes, it's not clear at all. Yeah, there is a break in between your voice. Can you hold the mic near your mouth and speak?
Can you
Could
hear
please
me?
try that?
We hear
Could
you,
you
but
please-
your connection is not good with
So-
the microphone. Maybe you can bring the microphone to the mouth closer and speak slower so it doesn't break up.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, can you hear me now?
In the moment,
So-
yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, sorry for my microphone problems. So my point is, the society is quite hard. We are living the problem of brain rot nowadays. And I'd like to say in my knowledge that externalities and brain in the sense of life and economics can interfere in our lives. So my point of view is that the holistic and transdisciplinary way of living spreads good or bad externalities, positive or negative externalities. I have Indian students in my classes. So can you imagine the difference of culture living in Brazil? So if you are not prepared to handle with this different kind of people, even in my country, Indian and so on, these people, we are not able to spread the knowledge, even economics, medical, physics, psychologist, and so on. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry for my audio. It's odd too. Thank you.
Thank you for trying. Sorry that the connection was breaking up and it was difficult to hear. Okay, so do we
I
have?
I would like to ask you a question. What do you think? You're studying medicine, right? What do you think, which disciplines will become the most relevant within the next 5 years for you in order to better understand diseases, disorders, and ailments? What do you think? Which disciplines?
Other than medicine,
Outside of medicine.
I do think about engineering, medical engineering to be serving us in the future. Because they are really working in terms of AI, generally engineering, they're working to make more sophisticated type of AI. And I think this will make, some people say that will delete some type of medical discipline like radiology, etc. But I don't believe this. I think it will help us to serve high amounts of people because the population are growing right now and human beings are not able to serve human beings because we have a lot of patient points. So for example, let's say AI will help us to define which case is more emergent, which case is more need to be intervened earlier, and which case can wait in order to take its own treatment later on. Because this is, we are human beings and we get tired sometime after, let's say, 48 hours working some doctor's work, as long as this, and they make mistakes. But computers, AI are making less mistakes. So I think medical engineering would do a big job.
Which one would you recommend? What do you think is another important discipline?
I think the psychology is really important.
Psychology,
Yes,
right?
yes, because like even if we like go to AI and start developing and it's like really a big influence in our lives, but we are humans and we need to understand ourselves before the computers and other things. So I think it's really important the psychology to I couldn't find
Yeah,
the word.
okay, so we have AI, technology, psychology. What is your take on that question? Yes, just try it. Yeah, say it.
Ben de sosyolojide istedim çünkü şu gelecek zamanda robotlar ve yapay zeka eğitimde gelişecek ama insana olan ihtiyacımız nasıl yok eksiğimiz var. İnsanın zaman ihtiyacı devam edecek ve sosyolojide bunu karşılanması.
He says he believes that sociology is going to be.
Which one?
Sociology.
Sociology, okay. And the other two?
And last he said also AI will be effective for our discipline, but also he says robots couldn't have emotions, so we need to understand our patient's emotions. And he says sociology will be important and this important. And I would say we have engineering, sociology, but also pharmacy will be continued. We have new disease and also new solutions.
Yeah, okay.
All things are always said. I don't have any other topics to say. Yeah,
I have a question for you. Do you think global governance has anything to do with medicine?
Can you say that again?
Do you think global governance has anything to do with medicine?
So, üretim alakası bir şeydi. O nasıl doktorlar eğitimi ya da sağlık şeyleri eğitimi?
Doesn't seem like an obvious connection, right?
It's actually, when we talk about global government, let's go political points. And now, for example, we see a lot of wars and the lack of medical support to this tension parts of the world. So I think if with global governance, would come to a point and gather and agree that there should be no obstruction of any kind of medical support for people in need, no matter where there's any kind of pressure, no matter where what's their, let's say, send that they live, we should take politics away, and medical support, logistics support should not be cut off from any kind of a human being, no matter where, what's the reason of the war. We as a medical people don't involve in politics. This thing should not, people's life should not be related to politics. So that's what we wish from the global government, to preserve people's medical, food rights, social support, psychological support. These things are essential and should not be cut off from any kind of area of the work. That's what I would think.
That's a great example of the role of global governance. Thank you. That's what I was hoping we can also recognize, that sometimes very vast different areas of human endeavor really bear upon it. And another example in global governance very quickly is the fact that medicine in many of the Western countries has become such corporate industry that its prices are forbidding for a lot of people. That is also a matter of global regulations. So that people being able to practice medicine meaningfully, giving everybody access to health and the same quality of healthcare, has a lot to do with global regulations. So in a way, as doctors, once you hit the ground and begin to practice, these are the kind of things you come upon, and then you end up having to read and inform yourself of areas that you never took courses in, but that really directly bear upon what you're trying to do. So that's another example.
You can end them.
I'm sorry?
You can end them.
So this was a good conversation. Does anybody want to add anything to it as we're wrapping it up? We see.
Time is out.
Our time is out. Professor Alcon, you have a closing thought you'd like to share?
I just wanted to elaborate on the question that Stefan was posing, and that you continued with the conversation. You were asking a legitimate question, which is the most important discipline if we look ahead. That's a legitimate one, but I start to identify that there is consensus in this conversation that we all need to foster interdisciplinary learning, so as to articulate very complex multidisciplinary teams or task forces that aim or pursue the grand challenges of humanity. So I don't think that we need to bet on one discipline, but the question is, if the students would be allowed to pick up two disciplines, which do we think are pairs or combinations of disciplines that would better align to the grand challenges that humanity is facing? Is it, I'm guessing, but I would like to be a bit controversial and foster a conversation. Is it politics and literature? Is it engineering and medicine? That, of course. Is it, so which are combinations to which a single student is exposed, perhaps if they are very bold with a double degree in parallel?
We take your questions for the coffee break, but we have to stop because we have another session starting in about a couple of minutes. Thank you for your contributions, and I wish you all the best to Lisbon, to Brazil, and to I'm not sure where you're located, Lucy.
Oh, Brazil, that was.
Oh, Brazil too. Okay, thank you very much.
I'm in Wales. I'm in Wales.
In Brazil. Okay, thank you very much.
It appeared that there was a bit of a misunderstanding. Our question was not which one discipline, which discipline each person wanted to add to the table, not one to choose from, but all of them that was relevant. So that was the question. But anyways, thank you for your contributions, and thank you for the student contributions as well.
Talk to each, talk to other. Let's talk to each other. Let's talk to each other.
Yes. Can start?
At least they said.
Good afternoon. We're a highly interactive session. Guaranteed, everybody is a speaker.
That's good.
I'd like to welcome all to the session on reliable knowledge. And I'd like to start by explaining why we have posed a session on reliable knowledge. And that's kind of an odd subject in education, but why we think it's really important. It started back in 2009 when the Academy decided it should draw up a strategic planning program for the next 10 years of work with the Academy. And we used the first report, which was unanimously adopted by the board. And they asked us to go further and say, please tell us your program of work for the next 10 years. And one of the members of the committee said, you know, I have a question to start with. What is the Academy's idea of reliable knowledge? And there was silence in the room. It sounds like a very logical question, but the more we talked about it and thought about it, the more we realized how important it was and how difficult it was to answer. And just to illustrate the topic a little, when the brilliant scientists who founded the Academy, people like Einstein, who, in the interest of saving the world, wrote to President Roosevelt that we have to develop an atomic bomb before the Germans do. He thought he was doing the greatest, most beneficial thing for the world. And when Robert Oppenheimer led the Manhattan Project, he thought he was calling people to stand behind the future of humanity by doing this. And they did something phenomenal. By the time the atomic bomb was developed, the war was over. And so Einstein and Niels Bohr went to President Truman by that time and said, okay, we don't need these weapons anymore. And Truman said, no, now we have a weapon that we can protect ourselves against anybody. Well, it will only be a matter of time before the Russians also get the weapon, and what will we do then? No, that's impossible. That will never happen. Within 10 years, of course, we had the nuclear arms race, and we've not been able to stop it since. So these are the people who are rated among the most brilliant scientists of the 20th century, and I'm not minimizing their intellect, but certainly it was something they didn't know, that if they had known, they would have acted differently. So how reliable was the knowledge? They had a knowledge of nuclear fission, but not the real knowledge of the potential impact of their knowledge on society. And if you look along these lines, for 200 years, we had brilliant thinkers in the field of economics, starting from Smith and onward, working on the theory of of economy and wealth production. And I wanted to leave Adam Smith out of it because he was really a moral philosopher. He's not an economist, so, but
Ricardo and Jevons.
yeah, and Marshall and all that came afterwards, and then Friedman, who got the Nobel Prize for saying that the purpose of a business is to maximize shareholder profit. And espousing, then we had Samuelson and the econometrics, applying the rules and logic of physics to economic systems in which we could really measure value quantitatively and really know how much progress we're making in creating wealth. And then we had to wake up one day and realize that our way of measuring wealth was completely faulty. And actually, the world's getting poorer all the time. That we thought that our sense of value and our measurement of value was completely unrelated to reality. And if we keep going in this way, we're going to destroy the wealth of the planet. So I'm giving these just as practical examples to say this is a really important question. And when we're talking about, we had this meeting with IEEE about 7 years ago in Italy. This was the group specializing in artificial intelligence. And we asked them, how much are you teaching your students about the social impact? This was way before ChatGPT, before the panic on generative AI. How much are you teaching your students about the potential social costs and social impacts of the technologies we're developing? And they say that has nothing to do with our engineering education. Now, I hope they would say something different today, but that was the answer at that time. So it raises fundamental questions about, do we really have the right parameters when we talk about, we seem to think we all know what knowledge is, but when we look back on it, and so the reason for this session is, if we're talking about a future education, how are we going to evaluate the knowledge that we're teaching? Not just it's not a question of how well the students absorb that knowledge and can regurgitate it or elaborate on it. It's by what standard are we going to evaluate the knowledge we're teaching? And this became a core topic for the Academy over the last 10 years. But now when we're talking about outreach to the world, it's time that we need to objectify this and really at least make explicit the assumptions we have or the premises that behind what that is. So I'd like to open it up in that context as a very practical and important thing. By what criteria or what characteristics do you think we should be considering the reliability and relevance of the knowledge we generate? And I'd like to go around with all of us, and everybody is encouraged to contribute. Alberto, we start with you.
In my opinion, yeah. Also, the people really far away could hear it. In my opinion, in my opinion, we have to see an important fact. Reliable knowledge as unreliable knowledge is socially construed. If we see the history of education, and even more the sociology of education, we see how in all history, society, and also Western society, has created unreliable knowledge. How? Not teaching teachers how to facilitate learning, how to facilitate critical thinking, how to facilitate learning community, how to facilitate the co-creation of knowledge. But knowledge that is unreliable is always authoritarian knowledge. It's been used by all the religion to say that their teaching cannot be criticized because it's coming directly from God. It's been brought by a narcissistic professor up to today that intimidate with their power their student, and they have the power to flank them. So I'm involved in training, and I train in many countries, United States, Italy, Europe, medical doctor and clinical psychologists. They are graduating and they are ignorant how to recognize a survivor of trauma. And so, not because they're bad, because they're ignorant, they would not understand the symptoms that would prevent the traumatization. This is just one example. Another example is that still in Italy, economists are giving a doctor in economy and they're taught to measure the national or the world product. But that doesn't at all measure prosperity, and they are reliable. And so, first of all, this is very important because also we have very many examples that have been tested scientifically to see if not only they're reliable, but the people trained with the reliable knowledge produce a different result when they do field work. And they explain these 80 years of research. But to give reliable knowledge, and this I finish, I just read my list for reliable knowledge, develop. You need to give, first of all, whatever you teach, you have to insert that in a systemic environment, as is reality, not just to teach one thing, but a relation. And it has to be not only interdisciplinary, that today is even fashionable. It doesn't help if you are just interdisciplinary, if you don't teach intersectoriality and interculturality. And then if you don't teach the ethical impact on anything you do or anything you do not do, then you have to frame it, anything you do in the biopsychosocial paradigm, but also maybe go a little further, because the biopsychosocial paradigm that I like very much, it also lack the ethical and the existential or spiritual dimension. That's another, So, reliable knowledge, it's only, let's say, this is true. It's never is. This we know now, and how you think about it. You agree that we see in the critical thinking. Otherwise, it's not reliable if I don't empower you to use your brain. And then it has to have a transparent value. It's impossible not to put value in anything that we say about reality. But they have to be transparent, so people can disagree or see it with different value. Also has to be transparent power line. What the university and professors don't want to speak is about their abuse of power. Then transparent originating visions. For example, I'm in the field of mental health. Well, they don't teach in Italy the most simple and basic thing to have a critical thinking. That anything, for example, psychotherapy, there are so many, people get confused. Of course, because they don't explain the ABC, that any psychotherapy is originated by a different vision of human nature. And the different vision of human nature generate different vision of what is the ethiopathology or psychopathology, and they generate a different vision of psychotherapy. even if you cultivate potato, if you don't have a vision of what is a potato, you cannot understand what is the potato pathology and what is the cure for it. In terms of the dramatic situation of the planet, we don't explain at any level, engineer, medical doctor, agronomist, what is the nature of our planet in the solar system and what is the pathology, which is mostly man-made destruction of environment. So the therapy, sustainability through environment can be monitorized with Ketan Patel was telling us something very important. It's more expensive to be trying to be as much profit as possible if you invest. Sustainability can also make you much richer than pollution. So to end my list and my speech, education, in my opinion, needs and quickly to change from professor-centered to student-centered, person-centered, and people-centered. The Bologna process to have in Europe a knowledgeable society has been already telling us we are not doing a good job. We need to be more student-centered, to involve the student in their self-evaluation in a curriculum development. And I think that the reason, that one of the main reasons why we have ample research showing that being a student-centered, person-centered, people-centered is much more effective and develops not only people as engineers, doctors, psychologists, but as active citizens. Why is not done so much more? Because to do it, you have to renounce to the power. And people that do have power don't seem really to love to share part of their power. That's my pick.
Thank you. That was a full Nobel lecture. 10 years I have learned from.
The video is frozen.
Very good.
We are not able to see you.
Would like to go next. What's that?
The video is frozen and we are not able to see you.
You want to
We
see
can
us?
hear you.
When did this problem happen? Yesterday.
Like 5 minutes.
Well, to tell us that you couldn't hear us. We even forgot about himself. Okay.
When you were in your office,
Video is not connected now.
to me asking you to make a contribution to the discussion on reliable knowledge, my thought process was the following. So, what is the selection advantage of human species? Is it going upright, having emotions, cognition, the opposition of the thought, tool use? You find all these things in our species, one way or another. And my thought is, we humans are the least adapted to our environment. All other animals are fully adapted. We are deficit species in the sense that we always need a gap with regards to our environment and activity, one way or another. And we basically close that gap with two activities. One is technology, in one way or another. And the second one is we tell each other stories about something that actually doesn't even exist, but we all believe. The story about God, for example, is such a story. We can coordinate millions and billions about God. Or money is a very good story. We all believe in a certain narrative on money, and that helps us coordinate billions of people every day in that direction or different. So the stories, narratives, and the technology are the two activities humans are mainly using to adapt to the reality around us, right? I think. And if that's the case, we as humans are basically operating best in the middle dimension of meters and minutes. Neither of us here in a room has an organ of perception of complexity. We cannot grasp complexity. Our brain is not built to grasp complexity. But what happens in the evolution, in the history of human mankind, is that this gap between humans and the environment is increasing over and over and over again. But we also are able to close that gap better and better. And the best way to close that gap in an environment which is ever increasing in complexity is using AI. Because AI is the technology that is able to grasp complexity on all different levels. So if your question was, how can we generate reliable knowledge? We should implement now, at the beginning of the 21st century, AI in a reasonable way to cope with complexity in order to close the gap. And second, to confront each other with the implicit narratives about major things like God or money.
One second. Yeah. Just to clarify, the answer is very interesting, and what you said about the complexity in AI is, I think, great reference. We've discussed this once, but I just wanted to clarify, before we get to how do we overcome our unreliability, I'd like to, we're here to define what is the problem of unreliability. You answered one of them and saying the brain is not capable of handling complexity. So that has implications. We oversimplify things. We ignore, but we build conceptual systems that ignore all the things we can't measure and say this is the reality within them. And they have externalities which don't count. So, okay, so to be aware of the limitations of our mental capacity, at least the way we develop it now, and the bias that it implies by the methods we use and the kind of knowledge is an answer to what I said. The other is a very important topic, which we're going to have another session on. But I'd like to hear from as many of you as possible on this, so I'd like to pass it on again.
I mean, I don't want to ask a question because
I don't know which to
that's Stephen Green. It is shown that humanity is dependent more on technology, and our whole system is now tuning to the technological advancements and artificial intelligence. In your opinion, before making my comments, in your opinion, dependency on our mind, intuitions, and inner senses are more critical and important, or depending on the advancement of artificial intelligence and technology?
That's a question. I think I would say the better we can adapt to an ever increasing complexity with the mental frames we're using, with the narratives we're telling each other, the more appropriate the stories are that explains the reality around us, and the more appropriate the technology is we're using to adapt to an ever increasing complexity, the more reliable the knowledge we can draw from it in order to survive in this century.
I'm honored to represent the Logistics and Supply Chain Management Institution in India, Global Institute of Integral Management Studies. I would like to introduce me as a person who is a beneficiary of various conferences arranged by Future Education and World Academy of Arts and Science. At GIMS, we are fortunate enough that in the initial years of establishment of our institution itself, we understood that there is a huge mismatch between what we teach in the classroom and what really the logistics companies are looking for, or life situations are looking for in the logistics portion. My subject, logistics and supply chain management, is not merely a technical specialization. It is a science of life. And the knowledge obtained is valued for all fields of life. It imparts an integrated knowledge of how society works and the role of movement of goods and services as a vital, essential characteristics of life. The speaking about reliable knowledge is easy compared with translating that into the real classroom deliveries. When we try to translate this into classroom deliveries, from sharing abstract knowledge or theories to more of a life-based approach, the results were amazing. For instance, we tried very simple things to combine organizing events like marriages with logistics, organizing an international football tournament with logistics, handling calamities, natural calamities, and scientific logistics. It builds on the students' personal experience of festivals, flags, sports, to give them a deeper understanding of how society accomplishes through organization systems, skills, and dynamic energy. It makes logistics come to life, and it presents values as an integrated, essential component of all successful work. We know about business values like punctuality, timeliness, cleanliness, regularity, orderliness, coordination, service to society, or integrity, are not merely ethical standards, but they are qualitative goals related to successful performance and accomplishment. Education thus should start from the personal life experiences of students and making any subject as integral dimensions of the wider society. Academia now is like teaching about ceremonies and legal processes of marriage and omitting the human relationship, which constitute its dynamic core and essence. Based on our experience, we defined reliable knowledge as one with 4 dimensions. Reliable knowledge is something which should have contextual understanding, knowledge that is rooted in real life experiences and practical applications, allowing individuals to grasp concepts in a meaningful way. And reliable knowledge should be value-driven insight, should have value-driven insights, information that not only focus on factual data, but also emphasizes values and the impact on society, fostering holistic developments. And third, adaptability to change and continuity. Knowledge that remains relevant and evolving, like Alberto told, creating critical thinkers, especially in the face of rapid technological and artificial intelligence advancements, ensuring continued applicability in various contexts. And finally, it should have a collaborative learning capacity, level knowledge that encourages peer-to-peer interaction and learning, enhancing understanding through shared experiences and teamwork. This is what I want.
Srijit, I think it would be helpful. You're very modest in what you said, but if you explain just a little more about you started with a knowledge that was produced by the All India Confederation of Indian Industry, with government support and big companies contributing, but it was all done as an abstract knowledge of what is logistics and supply chain management. What are the different types of modality? What are the different sizes of containers? What are the different records and procedures and all of that? And what you told us, I want to just see, he hasn't told you the story. Srijit was you can say the first experiment of World University Consortium, where he called Alberto and myself and Janani to look at how he realized after a few years he's a very successful business measured by the number of students he has and he's making money. But when he evaluated what his students have learned, he came to the conclusion they're not really learning anything valuable. And what are we doing this? And so he asked we work with him. How can we convert this into something really meaningful, right? And that's what you need. You finish the story.
Yeah.
And what was the result of that?
I was lucky enough to have a business school established in South part of India with around 150 students in first year itself. So business was growing, I was getting money. But in the third year, companies start complaining about something. What kind of students you are sending to our company? They are not value-based. They shift their job in 3 months' time. Some of them don't have the basic knowledge of logistics and supply chain management. In your brochure, it has been told that you have international faculties, national level teachers, professors and all, what they teach. Then I had something in my mind that, initial years I'm making money. But the thing is, if this kind of complaint goes on, that my survival itself will be questioned actually. But I had the contact of Gary Jacobs. I openly discussed these things with him. He called me for attending various future education conferences, and I traveled with him in many areas. He introduced me to Armando Story, and they both came to my campus, and we started revamping the total curriculum syllabus. We changed the approach in which we take classes. That was really challenging because we had a syllabus set by Confederation of Indian Industry and some university which we were for. That was quite easy. But changing the total delivery into a student-centered way, where teachers can read only 15 to 20% of the session, and the rest of the session, students should interact, they should discuss, they should come up with ideas, we should challenge them with the discussion forums. So this was really challenging for us. So we created a syllabus over a period of time, took some 4 years. We set some standard operating procedures for the college. We got inspiration from Marriott. Marriott has got a standard operating procedure, just like that. We framed a standard operating procedure of 1,002 pages. How to conduct classes, how to incorporate videos, how to take students outside and encourage them for experiential learning, how seniors can go to juniors and take classes. And the success, we got success when we introduced a particular topic called how Qatar is going to arrange FIFA World Cup. We took the example of how Russia arranged FIFA World Cup, and all students were participating in that particular. And we call it as live respond. Live responded positively. In that particular batch itself, 180 students got recruited to volunteer real FIFA World Cup in Qatar. 118 students. So the results were amazing. Teachers started feeling that they are doing something meaningful in the classroom. Students are coming and taking classes. Our marketing budget has considerably decreased because senior students are getting jobs and they are referring students for the junior levels. So this transformation, I think, that's why I'm telling that I'm a beneficiary of Future Education Conference. I tried to apply these principles with the help of the leaders of VAS and I'm enjoying the results now. We are the largest logistics expectation management institution from the world.
And what you're basically talking about is as one aspect of reliable knowledge, Roberto all have mentioned different ones, is that it should be in the context of life. It shouldn't be an abstract thing applied just as a textbook learning. And that's what you did. You shifted to a knowledge where they understood it as a real practical knowledge of life, even though it was mostly in the classroom. And they understood life better than how it works. Okay. Some very good comments have come out already. I'd like to open it up for anyone else who would like to contribute. Anyone? Yes, Dennis?
So for those that are online, my name is Dennis Norton, and I'm a former member of Parliament in Ireland and a former minister. I was just taken by the last comments there regarding knowledge in the context of life. And one of the things that I did as parliamentary chair in the last Parliament was we had a number of, I was our parliamentary committee of responsibility for our offshore islands. And we had a number of research projects taking place on our offshore islands. And naturally enough, the academics wanted to tell us all about what they were doing. So we decided to turn it on its head. We actually invited the islanders to come in and present the results of the research. So we got them to explain the impact of that research on their day-to-day lives, supplemented then and backed up by the academic researchers. The point I'm making here is it's this concept of human security, where you're looking at education and research from the impact that it's having on individual lives. In this instance, we asked those individuals to provide the evidence to Parliament to justify the continuation of funding and investment in that. But to answer the broader question regarding reliable knowledge, I think it's important that knowledge is set in a context. And I think one way to do that is to instill human security within the education system, to get students to investigate how is this going to impact on the lives of their own community that they come from, of citizens, of different citizens, and challenge them in relation to their application of that knowledge and how that could either positively or negatively impact on individual communities.
Please do that. And then she just pointed out, we have 3 more speakers waiting online who are prepared for this. I thought so too, but I didn't realize that. And especially I'd like to call on Chandrasekhar now, and I have to apologize because he was supposed to speak.
He has not joined. Just for your information, all 3 online participants, they have not joined. So you please go ahead.
Oh, they're not joined?
Yes, all 3.
Okay, well, that enables us to have more discussion. I'll take David and then. Okay.
Just very briefly, in continuation of what is being said so far, it seems that as knowledge is constructed and our constructions evolve and are never absolute and never correct absolutely, it's an evolutionary process, then we need criteria that are also going to be relative but applicable enough that they create some reliability. So when we think about it that way, what do we know at this level in our evolutionary development and in the evolutionary understanding of human reality and reality? We know that interdependence is a fundamental characteristic of life. And so it seems to me, very much in continuation of the concept of human security, that what makes knowledge reliable at this point in our understanding, which continues to evolve, is knowledge which generates, which protects interdependence, which honors and reflects interdependence, and in that way enhances human security. And maybe in centuries Further, we will have even more profound understanding of reality, and we will keep reconstructing what is reliable knowledge. But for now, interdependence seems to be the most comprehensive phenomenon about life and reality that we seem to understand. And so we know that if we think for a moment about applying this criterion to what knowledge is reliable, very quickly we can see and identify piecemeal knowledge, partial knowledge, which actually not only does not support interdependence and therefore foster human security, but really pits us against each other, pits disciplines against each other, puts them into hierarchies which don't reflect necessarily the interdependent wholeness of life. And so that seems to be a pretty adequate filter right now to analyze just about everything that's gone awry with the otherwise pretty impressive body of knowledge that humanity has accumulated. We know a lot, but I think this is the key question, that in knowing so much, we are now to reach consensus on how we're going to filter through everything we've come to know and establish what is reliable knowing, what is knowing that actually advances human and planetary security, and what is knowledge that may fit a particular paradigm, but ultimately, or reflect a particular paradigm more so, but ultimately does not correspond to the wholeness and interdependence. So I'm grateful that you raised this question and that we're having this panel.
Very.
I just
I just want to comment and then give it to Gil, because we have, I promised them. Just because you touched on the same topic as Srijit did, where he talked about the evolution of society. We talked about the evolution of our ways of knowing. And I think to be conscious of the fact that our ways of knowing are evolving, and as you imply or suggest, that they keep evolving, and we should be conscious of that process and seeing where, when we talk about reliable knowledge, if we look back on all the knowledge we thought we had in the past, it's not just the correcting of a fact that's important, it's learning. What do we learn about our way of knowing and how that's evolving? And what can we conclude tomorrow from the mistakes we made today? And how we should not just correct the mistake, we should learn how our way of knowing should evolve more. So you raised a very important topic, really fascinating discussion. David.
Thank you. When I was student, we didn't have these steps, so I don't know how to pronounce it. Just rebounding on this issue, not that I've been giving any deep thought, but I'd like to address two sides of reliable knowledge or concept. One is what it's made up of and what it is for policymakers, and the second aspect is how we teach it. I'd say that reliable knowledge is not homogeneous, in my view. It has a core of indisputable facts. Okay? Beyond that, I think it's not as indisputable, but it has to be a number of things. It has to be educated guess. Has to be an element of it. Unforeseen consequences has to be part of it, because that is a pitfall that the best of leaders and managers fall into. Because solid, reliable policy decisions can only be made on the basis of reliable knowledge. Now, I don't need to expound on it. Time there, but the key for our conference is how do we teach it? I would think that the core, that part of
class is there, so it will be available, or if it's not readily available, it should be, person needs to be able to discern where that information is. But beyond that, the ability to evaluate, analyze, these things can be taught. What probably cannot be taught, and that's also my experience with the web, the judgment. Person either has judgment or not. Now, an element of judgment can be taught, but not didactically. That comes with experience. So that part can be enhanced through providing some practical work. And there's a number of things that in the analysis, in order to arrive at reliable knowledge, one has to bear in mind, you have to apply objective criteria. One should not be guided by biases, whether political or informational. You have to avoid thinking in terms of double standards. I think it's very important because that will have a negative effect on the outcome of the judgment of your analysis. So to basically draw a bottom line, I think reliable knowledge is an absolutely essential element of management or education, and parts of it can be taught. Thank you.
You said something interesting that triggered another thought. You said applying objective criteria, and I know what you mean by that. And if I don't misinterpret you, to not be subjectively imposing our prejudices or our cultural biases or something like that. But there's another way of the word objective has a dual meaning, at least in usage. We talk about objective as that which we can treat like an object and see it, observe it impersonally, and we use the word objective to suggest that which is not biased.
I'm using it as an antonym to subjective.
Well, that's exactly the point I wanted to come to. And it's easier to explain by an example than by an explanation because the words are so tricky. It's a well-known story. You know, when FDR took over as president of the United States in 1932, the US was in the middle of the worst banking crisis it had ever had in history. About 6,000 banks had failed within 2 years. And he inherited this after the Federal Reserve had tried everything and under Hoover they could to stop it, and it was only getting worse. And first thing he did was he declared a national banking holiday. And he got on the radio 5 days later to the first of what they called his fireside chats. And he said, you know, nothing I was taught at Harvard University in economics prepared me for this situation. Because objectively, and I'm using the word the way he meant it, we have the same rich natural resources that we had that made us the most prosperous country in the world. We had the most talented, skilled, educated workforce, and we still have what we had now. We have all the same factories and all the same natural resources that we had before, but we're collapsing. And nothing I learned in economics prepared me for this. And you know, it looks to me, as he was saying as a president, not in exactly this language, that the real problem for us is not objective at all. And it's something I never learned at economics at Harvard. It's the real thing we have to fear is fear itself, is faith. And so the word subjective, which is what essentially it illustrated is, when it comes to physics and quarks and solar systems, the subjective dimension may not be, we don't know of its reality, but when it comes to human beings and human systems, we can't be just objective. We have to understand the subjective perceptions of things. And that's shown, and yet our social sciences, especially, I'm choosing economics, we don't have to single it out. Our social sciences specializes, but I think, well, I don't want to get into trouble with my psychologist here, but
He's a psychiatrist.
either I'm caught in the middle.
Watch out.
But the subjective dimension absolutely counts. It's not a question of who should be elected. It's what our perception. It's not a question of what the fact is. It's a question of what I believe of what he says. It's not a question of whether he's good or not. It's a question of whether I perceive that he's good or not. And I think this idea that and I'm not blaming anybody or any discipline, but the idea that social science can be converted into econometrics or any purely objective phenomenon misses the fact that all our social sciences are sciences of conscious beings, you raise the point, whose subjective perceptions, whatever they are, really count, and maybe much more than the objective reality they're through. And just one other example of it, when Steve Jobs was thrown out of Apple in 1985, that's a well-known story, by Steve Scully and the board that he had appointed. I had just done a study of Apple before that. And when I did the study with my co-author, we were writing a management book. He asked me, we've gone into 20 very successful companies. Apple was one of them. Intel was another. He said, if you had to choose which company to invest in for the next 20 or 30 years, which one would you do? And that included IBM, which was still the giant, and Coca-Cola and others. I said, well, I guess it would be Apple. He said, Apple? How can you choose Apple? It's the smallest of these companies, and there are hundreds of competitors for it. And then 6 months later, Steve was thrown out of Apple, and he said, do you still want to go by this feeling? 10 years later, Jobs was brought back into Apple and made the CEO again. And the most interesting thing was, at that time, Michael Dell was the #1 PC company in the world. He had built it from scratch. He was the top of the line. He'd done everything. And the business press interviewed him and said, what do you think about Jobs coming back to Apple? What would you advise him? He said, my advice, most successful businessman in the industry, my advice to Jobs would be that you liquidate all the assets of the company and return them to the shareholders, because Apple doesn't have a prayer in the world of competing in the commodity computer business. And Michael Dell was a great accomplished individual, there's no question about it. But he turned out within 10, 12 years, Apple was the most profitable company in the history of the world. So what does that tell us about reliable knowledge? Michael Dell was looking through a conceptual system. He had certain assumptions of what the business was. Oh, Apple, he thought, was in the commodity computer business. And later, Steve Jobs said, we're not in the commodity computer business at all. We're in the business of meeting human needs.
That is a really important example. But if you allow me to make another couple examples that give you another totally different picture, can I?
Yeah, of course.
England, in the English colony, was intentionally totally falsifying the geography and teaching the students in the colonies that Italy was under English dominion, France, Spain, Russia was under English dominion. So the reliable knowledge would be, well, we are in our country under English dominion. So everybody else, that's reality, that's normal. In 1714, I'm not sure, in Trento, Italy, there was the concilium of the Catholic Church. And one of the votations was, are women human beings or are the devil creature put on the planet by the devil through their sexuality to have men commit mortal sin and lose their soul? There are thousands of these examples teaching it. For example, what is going on even nowadays? I don't know, in many countries, Russia, but Russia, yeah, of course, Florida, where teaching evolution is forbidden, and they teach that the planet is 5,000 years old. So look at the power lines. Look at who's gaining power or economy. Sometimes people are totally blind, and the opposite is there's so many different ways why we make our reality, of course, a dream, but often a nightmare.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I was a little distracted because according to the time, there should be another session started. Anyway,
Reliable knowledge about time.
No, it says that floor 2. Yeah. We have a very important session. It's an online session with the number 2, the head of learning at Khan Academy, which is going to talk about their use of AI in education, and they're really the world leader today.
It took 6 minutes.
Huh?
6 minute stars. It took 6 minutes. You took 6 minutes of the next session.
Yeah, that's where there's nobody here.
No, all are online.
And the poor guy didn't protest. He's too polite.
Sorry, we should have just grabbed the mic and took it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lost track. Because it was such an interesting discussion.
Come down. Well, actually, I'm going to see for here.
Okay, fine.
President, are you there?
Apologies for the delay.
I am.
Let's, we'll let everyone kind of move there where everybody's going to go.
All right, great.
Basically, there was
Where's the white one?
Yep, I was so this face can be seen only.
Oh, that's,
yeah.
Hi, Chris. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Great. Our numbers are thin, but because we're online, there'll be thousands who will watch it later.
Fantastic. I know it's late in the day for all of you, so thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, we started, what time? At 9 o'clock, we got on the bus to come here. Istanbul time. But where are you located in California?
I'm in Phoenix, Arizona. So
Oh,
it is
right.
just it's just 8 a.m. for me.
Okay, well, we're delighted to have you. You know, I'm in Sedona, so.
Nice.
Let me introduce you and say a word, and then I want to turn it over to you. I don't know if you have slides and if you've arranged with the people in to take care of it, so.
I do have slides, but I am not allowed to share them right now because it says host isn't allowing multiple presenters sharing for this webinar. So if the admins are on and can work on that, that would be great.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll be able to share now, please.
No, she's going to work on them and finalize them and then share them instead of.
Okay, sure.
There we go.
I don't know where did you go. Oh, great. Well, let me just say a word by way of introduction. If I'm pronouncing, I know it's Christian DeCervo or DeCervo.
We say DeCervo. The Americans changed it from when the Italians used to pronounce it.
Great. Well, I just want to say by way of introduction, there's a phrase or a saying that those who say it can't be done ought to get out of the way of those who are already doing it. And this is exactly, I feel, about the Khan Academy and the work that you and your colleagues in Salt Khan have developed. And I want to say that the founder of the Khan Academy, Salt Khan, has written 2 books that are very well worth reading. The One World Schoolhouse and Brave New Words, Brave New Words on how AI is going to revolutionize education. And I think they're both excellent books and worth reading. And so this by way of introduction, David Christian is Chief Learning Officer at Khan Academy and is going to share more about the Academy, and then we agreed on a few questions and welcome any from you all who are still here. So Kristen, let me turn it over to you, and thank you very much for getting up early and presenting to us.
Great, thank you. I'm going to do about 15 minutes of presentation or so, and then we'll switch to Q&A. We've got some, things that we might talk about in that section, but happy to get questions from you as well. Yes, so I'm the Chief Learning Officer at Khan Academy. I lead our teams that build and design most of what you see on the Khan Academy website. If you're not familiar, Khan Academy is a nonprofit. We have a mission to provide a free world-class education to anyone, anywhere. And so we have about 12 to 15 million learners a month who come to our site for practice on, we are known for math and science, but we also have a lot of other topics from financial literacy to things like world history, lots of different areas for students to explore. In March of 2023, we launched a tool on Khan Academy that we call Khanmigo. Khanmigo is an AI-powered tutor for students and assistant for teachers, and that's what I'm mostly going to talk about today. My background's in educational psychology. That's what my PhD is in, and so I come from that kind of lens of what do we know about student learning, and then how might these new technology tools help us solve some of the problems that we have faced over years and years in working to educate more students. So that said, it is also the case that if you are feeling a little skeptical right now about how technology is going to change teaching, that's a reasonable thing to feel. This picture that I have on this slide is a machine that was invented by someone named Sidney Pressey in 1925. And this was going to be the machine that was going to change learning for students. You may think, we don't have one of these machines in every classroom for every student. Maybe this promise did not come to fruition, and the same can hold true for many of the technology advances that we've seen. So I'll talk a little bit about why I think AI might be different this time, but also why we should have some, cautious optimism, not just, blind faith that this is going to be the thing. A little bit about this machine. If you look at it, there's a roller. That big roller across contains multiple choice questions. And students would use those levers over on the right, you can see 4 of them to indicate which answer they thought was right. And they get the feedback immediately if they're right or wrong. But in the back, there's a setting, and that if you get so many questions in a row right, that little chute on the front spits out candy. If that's not a good machine, get some of our behavioral principles in effect. I'm trying to see if I can hook up my laptop to work on the same principles. But the main point being that there's been a lot of attempts to use technology to help improve learning. And in many cases, they have fallen flat of their expectations. So understood, if we think, what's different about AI? What might we think about that is different in how things sit? Well, the first thing I want to do is talk a little bit more about learning. So there are decades and decades of research about how people learn, how we remember things, how we recall things. There are a few areas that are targeted in our spaces at Khan Academy as we start to think about what are some of the challenges that technology might help us with. But we know first that students learn more when first they're actively engaged with the material. Now that doesn't mean engaged like engaged, clicking a lot of buttons. It means cognitively engaged. So they're thinking about the material, they're connecting it to what they already know, they're making new linkages, they're asking questions. All right, how do we keep students actively cognitively engaged with the material? Second, we know that students are learning when they're just at the edge of what they can do, and they likely need a little bit of support to be successful. If you're working on something and you can do it without any support, you're probably not learning something new. Now, you may be reviewing what you already know, which is good to do, but it's probably not something you're just learning. When you're just learning, you need a little bit of support, but that's really difficult for a single teacher in a primary or secondary school who has 25, 30 students. How do they give that little bit of support when the student needs it? And we're talking about post-secondary. How do we think about that actually working with professors? We just expect students to find that little bit of support on their own. Third, we know that immediate feedback on responses to new material is really important when you're just starting to learn something new. How do we get students immediate feedback? Well, in math, we've kind of been doing that at Khan Academy. Every time you answer a question, you get some response. Even in that 1925 machine, you got some immediate feedback and you got some candy. But let's think about other things. Let's think about writing. It's really difficult to get immediate feedback on writing. And in fact, usually what happens is you turn in a paper that you've written, and as a student, you wait a week, 10 days, 2 weeks to get feedback back on the paper, by which time you've kind of forgotten what you were wrestling with as you were writing it, and you look at the grade on top and put it away. On the other hand, if you're a teacher, you're faced with a huge stack of these essays that you need to give feedback on, and are spending your weekends and evenings giving all of that feedback. So that immediate feedback is also sometimes a struggle, and we started to think, can we use technology to help work with that? And finally, seeing value in what you're learning is important. And so with that, it's thinking about, well, what do I value? And we know from motivation theory, there's something called expectancy value theory. You tend to do more of something if, one, you expect you're going to be successful at it, and two, you value it. So how do we help people see the value in what they're doing and what that looks like? So these are all some of the ideas about learning that we then turn to our AI tools and say, hey, how might AI help us keep students cognitively engaged, give them a little bit of support when they need it, give them immediate feedback, and help them see the value in what they're doing? So that is what we looked at. Let me switch over here and give you a little bit of a demonstration of what the AI looks like here. So I'm going to go over, this is Khan Academy's list of courses here. Algebra 1 is our most commonly used course. This is at the front here, every student has a little dashboard of this is each skill in the course. You can see combining like terms, equivalent expressions, etc. And as students move through the exercises and get quite more and more questions right, they move from attempted to familiar to proficient to mastered. So that's just what you're seeing here with all of these squares, is a mechanism that we use to give students a way to track what they're doing. But we are interested in the AI piece. So this is a usual exercise, equations with variables on both sides, that I might see as a student. This little icon over here is Khanmigo. And so if I pop up Conmigo, and I'm going to make my screen a little bit bigger here so you can see what Conmigo is saying. So if I am a student and I want to talk about this piece that I'm working on, Conmigo first says, I'm here to help you with this exercise. Even though I'm getting better every day, I can still make mistakes. This happens most when I'm evaluating your responses. So don't rely only on what I say. Here are a few things that you can ask. Help me solve this. Try a similar example. Why should I care about learning this? I can also just say, I'm stuck. Now, what's happening here is it's taking what I've said. It's also taking the problem that I'm working on, the answer to that problem, because we know the answer to this problem. We wrote this problem. We have a whole hint series about this problem. So it takes all of that and it gives that to the models. And then it gives about 500 words. It's the prompt that we've written to tell it how to act like a tutor. Because if you just gave this problem to ChatGPT, it would just give you the answer. It would, here's all the steps and here's the answer. Here's what Conmigo says instead. No worries, let's break it down. What do you think is the first step to solve this equation? I'm just going to say, can you just give me the answer? So again, we're sending messages to right now we are working on one of OpenAI. If you're familiar with the AI space, OpenAI is one of the big foundational model creators. We pass this to their models. It passes back. I can't give you the answer, but I can help you find it. Let's start by simplifying both sides of the equation. What do you get when you combine like terms on the left side? So again, it's going to walk me through that piece. When I talked about getting that support, getting that little bit of support, that's what's happening here. All right, I'm going to jump out of here and I'm going to go over to our writing tutor because I want to show you that before we get to talking more broadly about some of the issues around AI in education. So for students, we have a number of activities that are available for students. And of course, because I'm doing a live demo, it's going to spin here for a minute. And what we are thinking about with students, we have, if they are not working on a Khan Academy problem, for example, if they are working instead on their own math problems, they can bring those and get tutoring in STEM. Oh, we're going to hang up here. Let's see if we can. I'm going to go to the teacher dashboard first. There we go. On the teacher side, we also have about 30 different activities for teachers. Everything from help write a lesson plan to what's that lesson hook. What are you going to do in your first 5 minutes of class that's going to activate the students' prior knowledge, that's going to help them get curious and excited about the topic of the day. You can brainstorm those, writing letters of recommendation, text levelers, so that you can take some text and make it easier or help students be able to access some of the written content if they don't have the reading skills to do it. A number of teacher activities here. These mostly come when we first launched Conmigo. We had about 5 of these, and then every time we talk to teachers, they give us more things they want it to do, and so we create a bunch of new activities that are aligned to what the teachers have told us they want to do. Let's see if I can get back to Writing Coach here. Yeah, we're going to spin. All right, so the idea behind Writing Coach is that we want to make sure that students are getting support in writing without actually having the ability to cheat, which is of course one of the big concerns we hear. So this is an essay about daylight savings time. I happen to live in Arizona, and Arizona is the only state, Arizona and Hawaii are the only states in the United States that don't observe daylight savings time. Little fun fact for you. But this teacher has assigned an essay asking students to write a persuasive essay in which you argue for or against the observance of daylight savings time. And you can see here the requirements for this essay, etc. The student can talk to Conmigo about the assignment itself. So here it's explain the essay type, and Conmigo talks about what a persuasive essay is. The student can then move to outlining, where they outline their thesis and claim, their main point of their first paragraph, evidence, the source of that evidence, etc. Then they can go to drafting, where they are able to see their outline over here on the right, and they start to draft their essay on the left. And then finally, revising. So here is where the power of the AI comes in. So I've written a draft of my essay. Khanmigo looks at 5 different elements: the introduction, the evidence and reasoning, the structure, the conclusion, and the style and tone. And for each of these, the number in parentheses here is the number of comments that it has. So if we click over to evidence and reasoning, for example, we can click here to the second piece. In the second paragraph, the evidence from the US Department of Energy is introduced abruptly. Can you add some context to explain why this evidence is relevant to your argument about energy savings? So it's underlined the sentence here that it's talking about. Now, if I want to, I can go and continue to I can ask Khanmigo to give me an example of doing that. Give me an example of looking at that, adding some context to explain my evidence. So it says, sure thing. Let's say you're writing an essay about the benefits of exercise. If you introduce a statistic like this one, you might add context explaining why the statistic is important. For example, you could mention how reducing chronic diseases can lead to a healthier population. This helps your reader understand why the statistic is relevant to your argument. Okay, so now I, as a student, can come over here and I can make changes and edit right here if I want to. Make a change here, etc. I can then ask Khanmigo to review it and see if it's improved. I can ask them to move on and give me the next piece of feedback, which again, now we're going to go to the third paragraph, which it highlights, etc. So again, you can see in real time, I'm getting feedback on my writing. I'm not grading it. I'm not assigning a grade. But as students are drafting and getting feedback, they're able to then get some of this without, again, waiting for a week, 10 days to get some feedback on their writing of what they're doing. So that's a little bit of the writing piece of what we're doing. And the fun thing is actually, so we're doing, I don't know when folks, if they're watching this on the recording, might be jumping in. Today is December 10th. This past Sunday, actually 60 Minutes in the United States did a story on Khanmigo, and Anderson Cooper, who's a well-known anchor, brought his own essay from when he was in middle school, and Khanmigo gave him feedback on his middle school essay, and he quite enjoyed that. And one of the things that he did was took a paragraph from someplace else and just pasted it in to the conversation or to the essay that he was writing. And what happens is the teachers then have a view into the chat history of the student. So if I go over to my chat history here, here's, for example, the chat we just did. Remember, we just did that math chat. I said, I'm stuck. It said, let's break it down. I said, can you give me the answer? So this chat history is always available. And as a student, if I, for example, paste something in, it's just going to flag that to the teacher. And what it did in the demo this weekend was it flagged, oh, Anderson Cooper pasted in 66 words from an external source as he was editing this. Now, maybe that's fine. That could be, hey, he was working over in a Google Doc and pasted it in, but it then gives the teacher something. It highlights those words for the teacher so that they can investigate it and make a judgment for themselves. So there's a little bit here to also provide guardrails and safety nets around what the students are doing as they work with the AI as they're developing their essays and any other work that they're doing on the site. So with that, I will pause here and stop sharing and just open it up. I know, Ralph, we talked about having some Q&A and seeing what folks are interested in.
This is great. This is great. I'm going to start with a question about content. Different states and different countries
have a different spin on history. Let's just take our social studies, or how to treat certain sensitive topics, sexuality, gender, things like that. How do you address the content to assure the variability that might occur and the controversy that occurs over content? And certainly in math and science, one could argue it's more direct and clear, but social science, history, psychology, other topics could be much more controversial. How do you address the content development, particularly as you move up into higher grade level?
Yes, so a good question. And this is actually unrelated to what we're using AI for. As we develop our courses, our content creators are always aligning our courses to standards. So the courses are aligned to whatever standards there are. Generally, our US content team is creating our first courses in like as you said, in math, it's somewhat easier, but still not. So in math, we have our general courses are aligned to, in the US, what's called the Common Core. But there are a number of states that don't adopt the Common Core. So for example, Florida, Texas, each have their own version of standards that they teach. And it can be as simple as in Common Core, they introduce fractions with denominators from 1 to 10, or maybe 1 to 5. And then in another state will say, actually, when we introduce fractions, we just start with denominators of 1, 2, and 4. And then we move on to what that is. And so the differences can be pretty subtle, but if you're teaching in that state at that grade level, that's prescribed of what to do. And so we have a number of things there where we create kind of a superset in that math system, where we then are using tagging to tag items and lessons based on particular standards and sets of standards. Now, when we start talking about history, those kinds of, more subjective, for lack of a better word, topics, there aren't even in the US, there are not agreed upon standards. But we usually use some set of standards to base what we're doing on and go from there. So whether that's in the US, advanced placement standards, or what that looks like. We then also, as part of Khan Academy, we are translated into 50 languages. That happens through the efforts of Khan Academy advocates, who are volunteers around the world, who not only translate but localize our content into particular countries and languages and where that is. And those folks also then do some of that translation and work to bring the content to the standards of that locality and geography and where things sit. Now, that said, there's always going to be disagreements about how things are taught and where they are. We have a set of guidelines that we try to adhere to about what is, agreement among experts, where we can rely on scientifically generated things. I actually just jumped in on the last call, and someone I heard say that they're forbidden from teaching evolution in Florida. That's actually not the case. But we do think about things like evolution and intelligent design. How do we, where do we, what do we put in our courses for those topics? We put in science courses the scientific consensus, not what other folks see as theories and where those sit. So it's a constant conversation we're having. It is definitely in these political times, not an easy tightrope to walk, to be able to figure out where that content should come down on.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you about the primary risks and challenges in adapting AI for the Conmigo. There's a lot of talk about hallucinations, false information, gender, that the large language models that ChatGPT is based on sometimes can deal with, has inadequate or incomplete information about diversity and in terms of images. So there's been a lot of work on the equity issues as well as hallucinations and false information. So how do you know what you're getting coming out of these interactions? It seems like you can't prescribe every one of them.
Absolutely. So the challenge is not only can we not test every possible question, you can't just give it a question once and get it the answer and check the answer because it's a probabilistic model. That means that if I ask it the same question 10 times, I'm actually going to get 10 slightly varying answers. So it isn't just that, oh, you can ask it every question and see if it's right or not. It's that you have to ask it questions many, many times. And that's just not a possible task for these. So our solution to this has come in 3 buckets. One is doing things where accuracy is known and possible to know, and how we then try to make it more accurate. So I'll talk about that. Second is doing the thinking about where the where accuracy is subjective and what's right and not, and how we then have it be able to offer both of the multiple options and responses, things like that. And then third is how do we educate users to the limitations of the tool? So on accuracy first, let's take the basic math accuracy. So math does have clear answers and not, but large language models are not calculators. They're not actually meant to be able to calculate. They're just giving you the probability of the most probable next thing. So because of that, we have done a number of things to increase the accuracy in math. So one is when I was doing that math problem, you may have seen for a minute it said calculating. What's happening is when we detect a math problem being done, we send it out to a Python-based calculator. So instead of going through to get the answer from the large language model, we send it to a calculator that then gives that answer back to the large language model to make it more accurate. I also talked about how we send it the answer to the question and our hint steps. So the model isn't just spitting those back to the student, but it has those and is able to draw on those for its responses to the student. So those are things that we do to then increase the accuracy. We also want to be able to test the accuracy. So we have created an evaluation data set, for example, that has a whole bunch of sample conversations that we run through these models. So when a new model comes out, you may, if you're in the AI space, these big foundational models, there's new versions of them getting released all the time. So we want to test them to see how good they are at tutoring math. So we have these a whole sample of conversations that we can test the models with and see what % of these conversations do they do the right thing in? Do they correctly evaluate the student work, whether that step is right or wrong, for example? So all of those things are things we do even just on the math side to make the math more accurate as it's moving, as students are engaging with it and working through it. Second, you mentioned the issues of bias in the models and how where that comes in. There's an interesting conversation here that I like to provoke people to think about. We have 2 conflicting values in this space. One is data privacy, and the second is unbiased models. And those things can be in conflict with each other because when we go, for instance, to a school district and talk to them about using Khanmigo tools, we can tell them your data will not be used to train these models. And that's what folks want to hear because they want their data to be private. It sounds scary if you're thinking the things that I type in here would be used to train the models and make, what does my data look like in there? How does that happen? So that's what schools generally want to hear, that their data won't be used to train the models. On the other hand, these models would be a lot better and more unbiased if they had data from more diverse users in them. So we need to figure out how to address that tension. What are the things that we can do to anonymize data, to make it so that, hey, this part of your conversation about solving this math problem is going to be combined with, a million other conversations to help this get better at tutoring, for example. But it won't be any of your personally identifiable information. It won't be anything about you that can be tied to you, those kinds of things. But those are nuanced conversations to have. And we want to think about how do we even in that case, give people the option about what they want to do. But if we're going to have models that are better at representing the world that we live in, we need more diverse data to be part of them and part of their training. And then finally is the AI literacy piece. So again, when you saw the Khanmigo demo there, it says, up front, hey, I may be wrong. Don't rely on me as your only source of information. We do a lot of work with teachers to help them think about how they can help their students understand. Teachers always tell their students, check your work. What does that mean to check your work when you're working with an AI, and that you still need to be doing that? It's not the expert, it's actually your helper. And how you start thinking about that mindset as opposed to the mindset of, oh, here's where, all of the answers are.
Another question, thank you. That shows how the complexity of building the database without violating the privacy. Digital divide is very real. And notwithstanding it's not even universal access to the internet, even in well-developed countries, particularly in rural areas. How are we dealing with the digital divide and the issue of getting access to communities that are typically underserved?
Yeah, so this is a question close to our hearts. As you know, Khan Academy content is always free to teachers and students around the world. And so the question has become, what about the AI space and what about AI tutors? And unfortunately, these AI models have costs that are associated with them, that not just for us doing all of that work that I just described around building these tools, but literally every back and forth from a student or a teacher to the model is broken down into what they call tokens, which are basically pieces of data. And there is a computing cost for every token that goes back and forth into these models and back out of them. And so for us, the question has been, how do we bring this to as many people as possible while not bankrupting Khan Academy? We don't want the headline, AI bankrupts Khan Academy. So thinking about how that looks and what we can do, for example, last spring, Microsoft put up their hands and said, we will fund all of the teacher tools being freely available to teachers. And so that opened up for us the ability, like I said, to make that whole suite of teacher tools available to teachers globally. We still are working on getting them in languages other than English. Like that lesson planning tool required some translation and localization and working on some of those, but we're in about 44 countries right now. And again, free for teachers. Then what about students? So the other piece that we see with thinking about this first on the student side is thinking about, again, how other organizations can cover the cost. Even in the States, this is an issue. Like the digital divide between communities just in the United States is significant and large. And there we've seen some state governments fund the use of AI tutors for districts. And so a school district can then sign up for funding from the state to get and implement AI tutors in their schools. So we find that the using and working through the systems that are already in place, governments and schools, are the best ways to get these tools into the hands of the kids that need them the most. Because if we just go kind of direct to user, it's not the kids that need it the most that are going to be using it. It's going to be the kids that already have access that are going to be diving in and finding it and getting online. So we find generally that, yeah, thinking about how we can use our existing systems to help make sure that this is getting in everyone's hands has been the way that we've approached helping close some of that digital divide.
I can see if it's not put in the hands of those who need it the most, it will exacerbate the digital divide. A very real risk. The other question, Gary, here.
Hi, Chris, thank you for really informative presentation. I do have a couple of questions. One particular, we're one of the things in the work of the Academy when we're looking at global issues is that we find almost nothing can be properly described or explained when we look at it from a narrow disciplinary perspective. Everything is connected across the disciplines. And take something pretty obvious is the connection between weather and the botanical life on the ground, or the behavior of human beings, or the laws, or economic incentives. These are all, but traditionally anyway, until recently, these things were all taught separately in different disciplines. And one of the things we're moving towards is the hope that the AI can help us overcome the disciplinary silos. And I'm wondering, in your experience, in using it in instruction, I don't know how it's organized, whether the system has access to the knowledge from all disciplines or only the knowledge, let's say it's an arithmetic problem or an algebra problem. Does your present system, or do you see the potential that using the Conmigo, we could be overcoming this narrow disciplinary effects because the system doesn't have the same barriers and limitations that we do when in traditional academic education. I hope my question is clear.
Yes. So it's clear, but it's got I think, a difficult answer. So AI could certainly do that. These models can have conversations with you. They are not siloed by discipline. The models themselves can talk about pretty much anything and talk about it broadly. Given the examples you gave, that could certainly, work through those. The difficulty, and why even in our application of it, we are often narrowing it to a discipline, is that, as I said, we want to be in schools because we think schools are the best place to get this in the hands of kids who need it. Schools are still set up very much in disciplinary silos. And in fact, when you think about there's concepts of like staying on task in things in schools, and that often means staying in that disciplinary silo. So I think your question about how we change and work more interdisciplinary and have those broader conversations is also about a little bit disrupting school and the way things are done. Now, can an education technology system disrupt school? I would point you to a book actually by Justin Reich called Failure to Disrupt, which it goes back to the initial thing that the initial slide that I showed in my talk, which is there's a long history of educational technologists coming in and trying to disrupt schools, and that has not happened at this point. So I'm not sure the driver for that, interdisciplinary world you envision, which is certainly appealing, is going to be a technology. I think that it may rest in other places, but the technology could work that way if we wanted it to.
Fair enough. I do have one last question, and that is one of our goals is to see about whether AI with other technology like the internet or other technologies could provide universal access in those areas around the world, particularly lesser developed countries, where education and availability of teachers is so much less than what we have in the developed countries. And it does seem to me that Khanmigo provides something that could be, particularly at the lower grade levels, on its own, full curricula that might be supported by teachers, but where they're not available, there is the whole the computer in the wall that one provides. There are those instances where students can learn on their own with curiosity. Do you envision a possibility that Khan Academy could develop full curricula or make them available? Should that be interested in something to that effect?
Yeah, so I think, in very often when I'm in conversations, people are talking about, well, how does this technology compare to a teacher? But in fact, in the places where there aren't good teachers, this technology, I think, could shine and has a lot of potential, and places where it's not, trying to do what the teacher's doing, is trying to do what no one is doing right now. So I think that there's certainly potential there. I think the potential to generate content is huge. Sal thinks that in the not distant future, you will just be able to type, make a Sal Khan style video about this topic, and it'll make something that sounds just like what Sal sounds like and uses his style of explaining things. And there's a video about whatever the topic is that you're looking for. And the process of content creation will be much smoother and faster and potentially more personalized, because you could also say, make it about this topic and also include these issues that are relevant in my geography or where I am and what that looks like. So I do think that there's a lot of potential for that in the coming years, as particularly the models. The folks that I talk to and who are making these models say, remember, the models we see right now are the worst models we're ever going to have. They're only going to get better than what we see right now. And we've seen that even over the last 18 months, that the models improve and improve. So I think as they get better, we will see reductions in some of the errors that we're seeing now. Probably not eliminating them, because there is a bit about how these systems work. That we're going to need to think about those mistakes, but the potential is certainly there.
I would just say, as a former dean of education, the approach that Khanmigo takes to supporting students is not well understood or able to be practiced by many teachers. I could see a wonderful another stream, which is teacher education. Yeah. On how Khan Academy approaches the whole idea of student support, not giving the answer, but cultivating the curiosity of how to get to the answer. So I would just say that would be a wonderful project, and maybe we have people who I think would be very interested in doing that, particularly in India or other places. So I want to say thank you so much for your time, and I want to say congratulations on the wonderful work you all are doing. It's made a real difference in a lot of people's lives, including my grandchildren. So thank you so much.
Thank you all for having me, and enjoy the conference.
Thanks, Kristen. Take care.